Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I hope you are having an amazing day. Today, we're going to be hopping back into our Minecraft world. I was still in my inventory because I was trying to make sure I could actually see what you guys can see. Because sometimes when I schedule things, it's like, no, you're stuck in the scheduling screen. It's like, I don't want to be stuck in the scheduling screen. But last time we were in here, we got, well, it's all built. Which I think actually looks really nice so far. Sure, there's a little bit more we can definitely do, but we also need to mess with the terrain around it. Hence why I'm not gonna do that just yet, because we also have the bottom over here and all of the stairway that we also need to do. And I might also put like a little offshoot where you can stand and make a doorway so we can still access that cave. Because I have a feeling there's probably something down there that I forgot. But yeah, we're going to be working on this side this time. And all of the stairway, of course. All of the stairway that is visible. But I did... Oh, I would like to move that. Thank you. Last time I did grab the smithing tables that I needed to finish this part. Oh, right. We did the stairs first. Huh. I don't think I thought that all the way through, but if we squint, it's fine. As long as we ignore the tools on the side, it's fine, because I actually do like that color. It's just that there's tools on the side, so... Maybe we can pretend it's, like, tiny strands of cobwebs. Because since this place is supposed to be old and aging, and kind of rotting away, it would kind of make sense. Okay. I do need to put that back. I did make a few bone blocks out of some of the bones from downstairs, because I know we were going to use that, as well as other things. And if you guys don't know, or if you don't remember, I did make the reference a while back, before I started building this, for this exact build, so we have something to go off of. And right, it was the layer of white underneath. Oh, okay. And because of that, it means we need to go to the nether. Because I do not have that much quartz. Which is fine. I can go to the nether and get some quartz. That's not too bad. Can I think I'm just gonna put anything that is less than a stack in here. Just to save up on some storage. Since I'm gonna be going into the nether real quick. I'll keep that in there so I don't lose it. Is there anything else that I actually should leave? Because I don't want to lose it. Decorative pots. Everything else I can remake. Those two, I don't have clay anywhere near me as far as I'm aware. So, for now, I'll just take it with me. I mean, I'll leave it in the chest and I'll take everything else with me. There we go. Azalea, it'd be fine. I have moss in this chest. So I want to make sure that I don't take all of the materials I need for the build with me into the nether, where I could easily lose it. Is this waxed? It is not. Okay. Oh, cool. Put those away. Gonna need the dirt anyways. The diamond pickaxe is practically broken, so we don't need to worry about that. And now let's head home and first enchant some things, because right before I hopped on, I did just kind of sit there waiting for skellies to spawn and then kill whatever skellies pop downstairs. Because why not? I haven't been able to hop on for a little while because, well, giving myself a break from mouse and keyboard as well as drawing so I can keep doing it without injuring myself. So it was a little bit. And it gave us a few levels because I think when I hopped on, I was at maybe 32. Hi, Torker Bell. And now I'm at 42. I could have easily been at 39 as well because I do remember seeing that as a level I was at some point, but I think that was after the first time. I remembered where the hole was! Hooray! My little break did not make me forget. I also forgot we tore down a fair chunk of that tuff. But I have a few ideas that were going through my head as I was setting up for stream today. One idea is that since we're getting armor, bows, arrows, stuff like that. Hi, Lily. It would make sense that this place would either have an area to export said goods. Did I? I walked by it. I walked by the exit. Where, though? Where did I walk? Oh, right over here. You know what? Fair enough. This is why we can't have nice things. I get too lost in trying to figure out what I'm saying and completely miss the turn. Anyways, either there's going to be a place where we can export the bows and arrows and armor to somewhere into the town, or the bottom layer, or probably one of the bottom layers, because I think it's around -60 down there. Actually, I could double check next time I'm down. I forgot I was growing cactus. I also forgot there was a Enderman stuck in dirt. Okay. Are you just my permanent friend now? Please don't get angry at me. You would hurt. Okay, I guess I'm grabbing the pants. I meant to grab the boots. 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 Please. Thank you. Protection 3 and Protection 3. I kind of want feather falling, so I'm going to do my best to get feather falling on the boots. And you know what? I know I already have one, but I do need to get fortune sometime. So if it says fortune, I'll get it. So let's do helmet, protection 3, respiration 2. Okay, not bad. Unbreaking and if I don't get fortune or silk touch, you know what? Do I have extra leather? I should have extra leather. I'm gonna make a few books. If I have the leather. I do. Good. I have a whole lot of leather. Jeez, okay. What enchant can I get on a book? Sharpness. I mean, I can enchant 4 more things. So worst comes to worst, I can make another diamond pick. Okay, that's not bad. Protection 3. You know what? I won't make one yet unless this says, yeah, no. And book would be protection 3. Okay. I mean, Death Strider's not terrible, actually. All right. I could take another gamble. Or Bane of Arthropods. Not the best. I guess I'm getting a whole lot of really good pickaxes this way. I can't really complain. Because sure, I could make a grindstone or find a grindstone and just get some levels back and re-enchant it, but I can always get more. Ow. Respiration. Okay, not terrible. But I can always get more diamonds as well. That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. That. No, give. There we go. Okay, that's not terrible. That one's gonna break anyway. I don't need to bring this with me because we're gonna be in the nether. I do, however, need to make a few more iron pickaxes because it's better to be prepared. I'll drop off one of these and how are those in perfect condition? All right. I won't complain. I'll be a little confused, but I won't complain. For now, I'll put the iron there. You know what I should actually do? Wait a minute. Just because I don't have netherite or anything, I could just put it here and then switch it out whenever I need gold. And then the books can go in here. I forgot I had those. Is there anything else I need right now? I shouldn't need anything else right now. I will drop that off. Really? Is that how you make a bundle? It is. Okay, good. I'll make another bundle. Because apparently either I lost the bundle or it's, oh wait, no, it's in the digest. Never mind. We didn't lose one. I just forgot where it was. And it's nighttime. Okay, I would like to close that. And sleep. And then, oh, hi. You're not going to shoot me if I go in the portal, right? You can't because you're dead. Okay, that works. In we go. Hey, we're not attacked immediately. I'll take it. And we just need quartz. A fair chunk of quartz, but quartz nonetheless. And as long as we're smart and pay attention to the subtitles, we should be fine. And grab a few bits of netherrack as well, just so I can cover that back up. Another thing I probably why is there a door here? What was I doing that needed a door? Oh. Alrighty then. I guess I put it there to confuse myself? I bet there was a reason at one point in time. But that reason no longer exists. So it's just left there to be confusing. I need to be really careful with where I'm looking. Alrighty then. There's some quartz over here. I'll take it. Oh. Ow. Give. There we go. Hi, Enderman. I know there's technically an easier way of doing this, which is just digging around, but I already uncovered these and just never collected them. So might as well. There we go. I'm not gonna run too astray though. Don't want to get lost. So let's go up here. I'll head back up near our portal and dig through the wall adjacent to it. And hopefully we'll find something. If we do, hooray! Don't, well... Oh well. At this point, I should really just put a chest in the nether. So I can just store nether. Alrighty then. Bit of a fall. But we're all good. This is why we crouch when we mine. Otherwise, that would have been a... I'm fairly certain that probably was a fatal drop. Thankfully, did not take said drop, but would have sucked if I did. Lovely. Give me all of the quartz. And another... Oh, there's striders. Anyways. Well, this is one way up here. Don't know if I've been up here. Huh. I'm just gonna go over here, put a torch down, and apparently get jump scared by an enderman. Hi. I don't know where you went. That is not a lot of quartz. This is the time where I really wish I actually had fortune. No. The enchantment table said I am not allowed to have fortune, and I don't want to be pushed down there. That's gold. That's more gold. It's a bit of quartz over there, but it's also across the way. What if I just dig into this wall a little bit? Ah. Lovely. As long as I crouch and never let go of crouch, everything will be fine. You know what? I'm going to take that shroom light. I know we're not currently using shroom lights, but they're pretty. And I know I'm going to use them in future builds, so might as well. It was right in front of me. There we go. Whoa. What was that for Minecraft? Are we good? Thanks for the creepy ambiance. That makes me feel so safe. I mean, in all fairness, we're probably safer here than we are if we were in some of the other areas, like the Bastion. Hi, Blue. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I just liked using them. But fair enough. Today I learned. I think the main reason why I probably never found out about that was because I usually don't have glowstone or sea lanterns when I'm building in survival. So I don't usually think to put them side by side. And I haven't looked it up either. Probably should have. Alrighty then. Wait a minute. Alright, I accidentally did an odd loop, but I guess I can't complain too much. At least I'm not extremely lost. Do I know where the hole is I came from? No, but I at least know where home is. That's the main goal. As long as I move my camera quickly when I'm looking over those large edges, it'll be fine. Okay. Hi, Enderman. I would like to grab that quartz. Okay, good. Is it over this way? No. Where is this quartz? Oh, it's... Alright. It's the wrong way below me. I'll take it. There we go. We good? Ah, 15 blocks. That's totally the amount I need. In all fairness, the amount of white blocks I'm going to use, I'm not necessarily certain how many I'm going to use. So maybe it is enough because I'm also going to be using pale oak and bone blocks. And I have 9 at home already. So that would be 24. Definitely not a lot. But it is more than I started with. Seriously? I do need to remember where I came from, though. That's my main worry whenever I do anything in the Nether. I don't want to get lost in the Nether. Because that isn't fun. Come on. A little bit of quartz. And not drop to lava? I mean, there's some over there. Let's do that. This is not my brightest idea, but hey, I'm alive. If I were the quartz, I'd be right there. Okay, lovely. Oh. Sadness. There we go. Hi, Enderman. I'd like to be away from the lava. Because lava is going to make digging into the walls a little bit difficult. Even if I know where that lava is, it'll make it so that the subtitles can't warn me that, hey, there's lava through the walls, and you're going to dig right into it. And it'll go all over your face. And you will scream in agony because you have lava on your face. Be a little painful. Eek! Alrighty then. That was almost tragic. There we go. Four more blocks. Lovely. That's more gold. I thought that was gonna be quartz, but no. It was just gold. And sure, gold's useful. I need to wear it to be able to be safe. And it's used for powered rails and stuff like that, but right now it is not what I'm looking for. No. What if That was... That's the home, so... If we go over here until we eventually hit the outside world, because I'm certain we will. Yep. And just head over here. Are we gonna run into some quartz? Oh, no, we're gonna run into lava. Got it. Alright. Lovely. Okay. You know what? Let's dig over here. That reaches to this area. And that pick is broken. You know what? I can actually repair the pick we just... I can actually repair the pick I have with the one we just enchanted, making it into an efficiency 5 instead. I'll be smart with my levels. Alrighty then. Do I have any quartz left over in my chests? Enough. So I have 20 quartz blocks instead of the 9 I have back downstairs. Not too bad. Could be worse. That is unfortunate. You know what? I am already using this to build down there. Just gonna grab that. Where am I storing the shroom lights? I don't just have... Well, I do need that again. I don't just have this shroom light. I haven't used the shroom light. Oh. I haven't used said shroom lights, have I? Oh, I did. Right. You know what? How did I light this before? It was right above the trapdoors. There. One shroom light to the... What? 8 more that I need? About. Technically a little bit more than that, because that's... Okay, so we only need 10 more shroom lights for the general farming area, which isn't terrible. Let's do that. I'll keep the arrows on me since we're heading downstairs. And you... If I repair it with this one, and then just use this one in general, I think that'll be the best use of my levels. Especially since I can always get the levels back. Put this away. I'll just use that. And I would like to have an iron pick on me, just in case. Speaking of which, I think we only have this and a stack of birch, which is... I'm going to just make a little assumption that that is not going to be enough. Just for a simple fact of this area is bigger than the previous. So I'm going to quickly grab this birch. And I believe I have a lot more copper downstairs. If I don't, worst comes to worst, we do have the time trial chambers. The trial chambers down there that we can take some copper from as well. If we really need to. I don't think we will, but we might. Worst comes to worst, we can do that. Especially since it could be fun to edit a little bit of the trial chambers in some way, shape, or form. We'll see. It really depends on where it sits within our town we're making. There we go. Please give us more saplings so I can replant you. And I need to babysit this tree when we're waiting for the saplings to drop. I won't babysit it too much because I will run over to grab the saplings that drop from the birch tree, but I don't want to have to go back to the pale oak forest to get more saplings. Because that would be a sad day. Especially since I'd have to remember where that is. Because I don't currently remember where that is. Fairly certain I have it written down somewhere, though. And I know the general direction. But it is something I would like to avoid. There we go. Please drop at least 4 saplings. Pretty please. I'll gladly grab all of those. I think I need one more, if I remember correctly. And then it goes bop, 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 bop. And then, there we go. Any extras we get, I'll take, but definitely not something I'll focus on. You, on the other hand, I will gladly grab any extras if you drop any. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I won't complain if you drop more. I mean, in fact, I'll be ecstatic. Oh, hi, kitty. Wasn't expecting you here. No. Ow. No? I know, I'm being a little impatient. But, oh, we have our first extra! Oh, happy day! Oh, that means that I have a higher likelihood of not having to return to that place unless absolutely necessary. And at some point I kind of do want to because I still haven't seen the creaking. But at this moment in time, I'm good. Come on. You know what? While I'm up here, do I... I don't think I do. It'll be fine if I leave it for a minute. Because I want to grab some wheat. And I might as well breed the cows while I'm here. While I'm waiting for leaves to despawn. Come on. Eat up. Because sure, I don't need more leather at the moment, but I am currently using beef as my food source, so I need you guys to be very happy. Come on. Pretty please. Okay, I'm gonna have to leave it alone for another minute so I can sleep and not have a lot of things after my head. Come on. Every second we spend down here without grabbing the potential saplings, the closer we are to losing said sapling. I know it's getting dark. I saw the sun setting. It is getting darker. Please let me sleep. Thank you. There we go. Any? Oh. I mean, there's still one more leaf, but I don't think we're gonna get another sapling from that singular leaf. Unless you want to prove me wrong. I mean, you're welcome to prove me wrong. But I doubt it. Am I going to stay here until that leaf despawns? Yes. And I was right. Okay. I really need to replant it. I can't just run off without replanting. There we go. We finally have an extra. Yay! I still have to babysit it, but at least we have a extra. Let's see here. Drop those off. And drop off the berries that I, for some reason, harvested. I'm fairly certain we're good. Also, are you actually stuck? Can you not teleport out of there? Are you just my new permanent friend down here? Alright. If that Enderman stays throughout this entire time, we might have to give that Enderman a name. Because I honestly don't know if that Enderman can get out. And I do actually have a name tag. I could legitimately name him. Skelly Spawner. Skelly Spawner and technically a massive cave that we have still yet to fully explore. Which is fine for now. But we might want to light up a bit of the area before we truly get into the main part of building back there, because last time I hung out back there, kind of got a lot of friends after us. Sure, there were bouts of calm points where there wasn't anything after us, but I tend to like to build when I'm not being attacked. That's actually kind of dangerous up there. That's fine. I'm not up there yet, and nothing has fallen on my head, so it's fine. Well, once we have something fall on our head, when I'm walking that path, then I'll do something about it. But for now, it's fine. It's not hurting anyone yet. I would like to go up, thank you. Okay. Oh, right, and diorite. Okay. Let's grab all... What am I doing? Okay. I'm just gonna put these in the bundle, leave the bundle, and... drop those off real quick. Because I need to light the area up better before I can actually do said thing. Just so I don't get an arrow in the back of the head. That's not where I need to be. Because that area is, as far as I know, fairly well lit. This area, however, not so much. It's also not looted. Okay. That area is going to be a problem, but this area is closer. Meaning that's going to be a bigger problem. It's dark in here. Oh, hi, zombie. Nope. Nope. Ow. Hey! Give me back my torch. Hi, creeper. How did you miss? Wait a minute. Rude. Alrighty then. I'll head down there in a moment. Because I want to get this lit up a little bit better. Woohoo! I mean... I do want to quickly grab those diamonds, but... Oh. There we go. I mean, finding 2 diamonds is not bad since it's out in the open. Hi, creeper. Nope. Nope. I don't trust this area. Where did the... Wasn't there a creeper up here somewhere? Did he despawn, or did he just move to... Oh, hey. Another amethyst. I mean, I can't complain. Okay, you just moved out of the way. Hey. I don't want you to appear out of nowhere. Thank you. Ow. Gotta quickly grab those. And we have more area to light up and explore. But I think that's lit up far enough away on this side that we're good for now. Except for that. Oh. Hi. Ow. Nope. Ow. Lovely. Just gonna light this up a little bit so we don't have random friends come along when we're building, because that would kind of suck. There's... No? Where is it? Right over here. So this is where our building is going to be. We also have a hole down here, which we could make into a fun little thing. Like maybe an actual mining thing. What is... Oh, you're a zombie villager. Hi. It took me a minute to realize what you were. I was wondering what the zombie had on its head. It was just its face. Oh, there's also an amethyst over there. Okay. Lovely. Hi. Love the fact that you guys have a whole sizzle. Please don't explode. And don't take pot shots at me. I need to light this place up. Hi. Oh, that's... Hi. I know you guys have a good eye on where people are, but come on. Ow. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. That wasn't worrying at all. Totally. There we go. Oh, this place is massive. I just want to light this place up and not get killed. Ow. Oh, my poor shield. It's seen better days. Oh, hi. Apparently I wasn't far enough. Um, that that should be lit up okay enough that we shouldn't get bothered too often. All right. Good. Very good. Let's grab this, put the diamonds in there, and I'll just put it over there. I can't put any of that away. There we go. We kind of need the copper. That's not going to be enough copper. Oh, yes, it is, because we're using cut copper, not these. Okay. We're good then. Spruce. I'll put away the tuft temporarily. Okay. I know on the inside here, at least for a little bit, I want to do the calcite, but I want to get this general area set up. I know I want to have this open up to a balcony of sorts. That'll go out to probably here. Oh, there's just skeletons. It'll go up, it'll have a platform, and then it'll have a walkway down so we can actually access the... Come here. Cave. Okay. That's exactly what I wanted. Totally. There we go. We all good? We all fine? No more little hidden spots nearby that are gonna be bad? Okay. That's better. Okay, I'm gonna quickly head up here because it's a lot safer. And then I'm gonna pull up the reference. Over here, I don't know why when I was making the reference picture, I drew it as if it was legitimately right behind it, not on different levels. But I did. So here we are. But I think there is a way I can get away with it, even though right underneath the copper is going to be the calcite and stuff. What I think I'm going to do is that part of the way down is going to go to a different block, probably mud brick, potentially, because I do know I was going to use that as like a midway point, and then it can switch back to copper and then to birch and then repeat. I could see that working. Yeah, I could see that working relatively well. All right. I can do that. Let's go ahead and start down here. Is there... What blocks of these can I use as stairs? Fairly certain it's just going to be the quartz and the diorite. And I'm just going to move this downstairs since that's where we're going to be stationed today. Pop. At first, let's start with... I'm not currently using the sword. I usually only use the sword when I'm messing with the skeletons down there. Otherwise, I use my trusty axe. Because I feel like I'm better with an axe in general. Oh, hi, there's a hole there. Okay. I think having stairs at the very bottom wouldn't hurt look-wise, but fairly certain you only get one stair per thing. We don't have a whole lot of quartz. But where else would we put the stair? Because if we put it too close to the copper, I think it'll look off. So let's do a few quartz stairs. Let's also... I'm just going to place these down so it's not in my inventory. Let's make a few diorite stairs. The only thing making me lean against the polished is simply for the fact that it has the tiled effect. And I think that'll do the opposite of what we want. Okay. Nah. I really need to stop falling in that hole. So let's have one right here. One about right here. For now, I'll just do 3 tall. And then wherever the stairs end, which would be 2, 3, 4, or 5. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, even then, we could probably go in a bit. So that way we have the platform and then the stairs are kind of pushed back a little bit. Hi, Bunny. Yeah, we're doing Minecraft. First time in a bit, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because today I have the energy to, and my wrist isn't feeling too bad, so I'm able to be like, okay, I could do a little bit of mouse. I can do a little bit of mouse. Ah, yes. Great wording. Can I put this away? Somewhere. Good. I know I'm probably just gonna get it back, but... Wait a minute. Where's the mud? Oh, I already have some mud bricks. Oh, yeah. Hopefully it's not too loud. If the skelly noises are too loud, please let me know. I can easily just turn down the hostile mobs. Because, actually, let's go ahead and check on our skellies. Yeah, there's just a few. I mean, it's definitely not as much as when I accidentally left this running for maybe a few hours without harvesting, but okay, that's good. Oh my god! Oh no! I left it up! I'm glad you like it, Blue. I forgot to hide it. Oh, you guys couldn't see what I was doing. Oops. Well, I guess you could see a little bit of it, but definitely not as much as I wanted. Oh well. It happens. I just like the fact that I dropped those 2 pieces of diorite, of deep slate. And I know I'm gonna have to just tear this wall down. You ate it! Thief! What would it taste like? I did use a lot of blue tones, so maybe something blueberry-esque? Ah, yes. What does a drawing taste like? There are some drawings that I have looked at, and it legitimately looks like it would taste delicious. And it's not even food drawings. Like, sure, I've seen some food drawings, but we're not going to talk about the torch wall. I just want those out of my inventory for now. Mm. Wait. It would be actually right here is where it would ideally blee. Ah, yes, it would ideally blee right here. I don't know what a blee is, but apparently that's what it would be. And then I can move this right over here instead. Yeah, that's not too bad. And this needs to be... I'm standing right here, so 1, 2, 3, 5. 3, 4, 5. Blee. I would like to be able to jump over there. There we go. That one, those 2 will be the same height. That one will be shrunken down. This one will stay short just for the simple fact of I need to fix the terrain around that. Was that on the same level? Looks like it. Cool. Ow. We don't talk about the torch wall. I wanted them out of my inventory. Ah. I really just need to stop being stubborn and just make another chest for down here, but it's fine. It's fine. I also should have brought the crafting table down there. Sure, I could just walk up and use the crafting table, but might as well make my life a little bit simpler. Where am I gonna put this? Right here. What am I doing? All right. There we go. This is going to be interesting, to say the least. The quartz is also kind of off-white, which does help. Wait a minute. I know I'm going to be using diorite to kind of help it look like it's starting to crumble and stuff, but no, that's a hole. If I go up here, I'm going to drop off the copper layer for now. Is there any gray blocks off the top of my head? Diorite. Too much. No. Quick question. I know snow melts next to torches, but when there's snow blocks, do they still melt near torches? How you know I haven't worked with torches in a long while? Oh, but snow might be a bit too much, especially since I'm working with pale oak as well, which has a tinge of pink, which would make those two extremely different. No? Okay, cool. Ah, yes, the wall of block. I am gonna go grab what little snow block I have. I think I have a few. Worst comes to worst, I don't have a lot. That doesn't really change much. But I'll see. Okay, so only the snowy carpet? Or, yeah, it's basically snowy carpet. Okay, that's good to know. Just wanted to make sure before I brought down snow and it just melts on me. It'd be like, oh, dang it. I mean, makes sense if it did melt, but it's also another white block I can play with. And I'm going to stay away from concrete just for the simple fact of it doesn't have a whole lot of texture. At least the normal concrete. And powdered concrete is expensive in general. I think gravel would be too gray. Because if I want to make it look aged, using the bone blocks and quartz makes sense because when white objects, technically specifically cloth, I think. I don't know if the wolves would have the same effect, but that's beside the point. It kind of yellows a bit. So that's where I was heading there. And then crumbling and deterioration, well, diorite does kind of look like it is kind of crumbling in some aspect. That's not what I wanted to grab. Bop and bop. 14 snow blocks. It has the blue, though. I'm more so concerned that the blue is going to be too much. I mean, One of these days, if we find a skeleton and it refuses to leave us alone, and we put it in a place that it won't kill me. Actually, we could do something like that. Just in like the further area of this town, city area that I'm making, there could be just a place that has a a fair chunk of monsters, not roaming around freely because that would hurt me, but just kind of safely visible. Ah, yes. You know what? If we find a skeleton, they persist, and we have a place for them, and they are safely not gonna kill me, then we will in fact have the bone daddy. Okay, where? What am I doing? Right. I got the snow. I still think I know it's gonna turn back into snowballs, but that's fine. What about pillow? Pale oak's a bit more jarring, but I think what I can do is use the snow for the bits that are more untouched, less aged by time, and I think that'll work. Is there anything else off the top of my head? You have still yet to move. I think that Enderman is genuinely stuck. Uh, I don't think we'll need that much waxed, but I will grab that because I remember we don't have a lot. And I believe I grabbed all the amethysts I believed we needed. So I'm not going to grab that. Where am I? What am I looking for? There is something I'm looking for. Then again, I'm just scanning stuff, so I think I'm just trying to see if there's one other block I can think of, and I don't think there is. At least not one I have on hand. I mean, I do have a name tag. I think I'm gonna save the name tag for the Enderman, unless the Enderman like disappears, because that Enderman has been there for a little bit. I think I've even AFK'd, and that Enderman stayed. So I think he might genuinely be stuck. I think I want to save the powdered snow for like either a trap or a secret room. I mean, we'll always get more. I do have the cauldrons upstairs, but and blocks of iron just seems a little extreme. I did. A friend that has gotten themselves a little stuck. Okay. Off the top of my head, I think that it's legitimately all the white blocks that I have on hand right now. Unless I check one of these chests and there's one that I didn't. I mean, there's some more snow blocks. I'll take that. All right. Yeah. I mean, I do have an iron farm. It's only running at half right now because I still haven't gotten. Wait, no. I think I have. It's either I have. No, I just have one side done. There's only 2 zombies, and the other side doesn't have any zombies, but it's still working relatively well considering that fact. So, because it's running so well, I'm kind of leaving that as a project I'll do eventually. Mainly because I still don't know where to stand and actually have things spawn in the spawn room I have up there. It's just a little bit of iron. And that's only at half functionality. Half of the villagers aren't scared out of their mind. I mean, yeah, 6 are, but not the other 6. Some of them are just in their home, a little confined, and looking at each other being like, why are we here? Why are we standing on our beds? What is the point of this? While they hear distant villager screams in the background. Just the life of those villagers. Nothing concerning in the least. Okay. Up we go. You know what? If we do run out of calcite, we did find the other geode. The day villagers become self-aware is the day that they will get very upset and not have good trades when you put them in minecarts to ship them very far from home. Just because you wanted some villagers at your base. Alright. Let's do... Bop. Oh, that is very close to quartz. Also, quartz also has a bit of a pinkish tone. Just slightly. That's honestly very good to know. Wait, if I strip that instead... Honestly, I think that's a better texture. Oh no. Because that texture is very close to the calcite. And not a jarring difference from the rest of it. Well, this kind of is very jarring. But as long as I do it in very specific spots where it's literally crumbling away, I think I can get away with it. It is. It really is. I know I'm going to be fixing the terrain of this area, but I just now realized that there's not going to be any calcite visible in the front. Oh well. Alrighty then. I need to use the diorite very sparingly. As well as the quartz. Even though quartz, pale oak, and diorite are the only ones I can actually turn into stairs. Since we can't do that with calcite. Sadly enough. Ooh! Have fun, and good luck. I know you already know this, but recently because but I'll tell everyone else. Recently because I've only really been able to play games on controller just because I'm wanting to let my wrist heal. I actually did get back into Hollow Knight for the first time in 3 years. And Bun and Blue already know that, but oh my god. That game is wonderful. And I think oh, there's a slime somewhere. And I think back in the day, because I never finished the game, I think back in the day, aka 3 years ago, it was because of you. Because I was watching you play and it's like, oh, that looks a lot like a lot of fun. And I actually can play that on controller. Um but I think when I was younger and was playing that game, that's not where that needs to be. Wait a minute. I tended to have a harder time when it came to difficult games because I didn't have the patience. I had enough patience to where on that specific save file I had 26 hours. But doesn't mean that I got far. I think I hit a certain point where I just legitimately didn't know what to do. So I just farmed for a while until I had enough to buy all the things I could at that time with the limited amount of areas I had because I didn't know how to get over the bouncy mushrooms. Hey. I feel like I have a lot more patience than I did back in the day, though. I've improved a bit. I've at least improved enough to where I'm able to play, well, Hollow Knight and actually progress and play Elden Ring without internally dying. Hey. Being ganged up on. Jeez. Okay, I would like to put the torch down, even if it's temporary. We good? Okay, I think we're good. For the most part. Where is the slime? Where in the world are you? I'm fairly certain that slime's probably in the area that I took a screenshot of the coordinates. Don't have them written down, but I did send that image to, I think, Bun, just so I had it cataloged, because I didn't write it down. Meaning I need to check those at some point. Actually, I'm almost positive. Wait a minute. Dude, I know I didn't watch the original, but the one I did watch, I really enjoyed. Oh yeah, it's definitely over here. Hi. Ow. Rude. Stop it. Ow. Stop it. The Keeper of Chords. That actually sounds like a cool title. I'm not gonna lie. The Keeper of Chords. Which can mean a lot of things. Either you're the keeper of coordinates or you're the keeper of all of the wires. So, depending on which one you are, you you might be one of the people that will have to be like, "Hey, where did my cable go? Why can't I find my charger?" I mean, honestly, Keeper of the Cords would be an amazing title for a cartographer in Minecraft. Well, not even in Minecraft, actually, but still. And if you're the Keeper of Cords, Bun, that means you're gonna have a lot of cords. You're gonna have to make sure you got all of your cords, like checking all your stuff, being like, do I have all of the cords? Is everything marked down? Let me put it on the map, on the board, on the document, on everything. Gotta remember all of them. I swear, one of these times, I'm going to end up either. Actually, no. In this scenario, I wouldn't forget. I would know. I sent it to you. And I'd be like, hey, do you remember what the chords were for this? Insert random uh chord. And fair enough. Uh and you'll have to have that on hand. The chord keeper. It still sounds like a really cool name. Okay, how did I orient the copper upstairs? Was it upside down? It was. Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. I need to focus on one thing at a time. If I don't, then my inventory will be forever filled. Okay. I like the way that looked, but I need to drop it down. Which also means I need to terraform a decent portion of this place, but that's fine. We'll figure it out as we go. For now, I'll focus on yeah, it was like that. The main shape. And then anything else will be extra. We don't want that on the corner. Then we'll go over here. And it'll start crumbling more on this side. It's crumbling a little bit on the other side as well, but I feel like this side would be a lot more crumbled in comparison. I don't have a reason for it, but I feel like it would. I feel like the edges or the corners leave room for more deterioration. Like, sure, it's being held up by the supports on the corners, so technically doesn't make the most sense. But because there's not many long straightaways where... Oh. I need to grab everything on the corners here. There we go. But we don't have that many long straightaways where it would be collapsing in on itself, especially since it's still going to be usable up top, meaning that it would need to be maintained well enough or have aged well enough that it's not crumbling entirely, but it's also not the safest thing. So I think right about here, I'll have it so the floor kind of dips just by a half slab. And also have that kind of pertain to the stairway that's going to be right here. I can see that working well. Another thing, I think I want to find a block just to separate the stairs from the floor here, because I do want them to be different blocks. What blocks? I have no clue off the top of my head, actually. It'll probably be easier to pick said blocks once I have a better idea of where all the colors are going to be. Okay. I have all the stairs down as far as I'm aware. I also do need to put those logs down as well. That was diorite, not the other. Let's do calcite. I'll just leave those unstripped for now. And I think this will probably be the least aged, weirdly enough. And my only reasoning for that is simply because right here, it's far enough from the back wall to mean that it's probably not going to get as much water runoff, and it's a small enough area that it wouldn't just have the the random wear and tear affect it as heavily, I would assume. So I think this specific wall might at most have one or two things of diorite, but it won't be as bad as the rest of it, especially on the corners. And then that was quartz. Alrighty then. You know what? I'm gonna grab... That's one. Okay, I only need to grab one torch, but I'm gonna grab one torch from my torch wall. I will remove all those torches eventually. Before I call this build finished, I'm going to remove those torches. But for now, it's functional. Okay. That's not what I wanted to do. I think I'm going to start on one wall and then go to the others, since each one's going to be... Technically, they're all going to be aging at the same time, but since certain areas are going to be worse than others, I think I'm going to focus on this one first, since it seems to be more aged in comparison. Meaning that we're not going to have any snow We're definitely gonna have bone. We're definitely gonna have calcite. I already have calcite on my hotbar. Maybe a little bit of quartz, but I think we're gonna go more with the planks. Because bone's kind of directional. I think I'm gonna have all the bone blocks go up. Just to make it kind of look like water has been streaking down. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that sparked an idea. Which also means I need... Technically, I don't need the stairs. And not all of them are going to be stairs. I more so need... the cut copper. And some of it might be waxed. Because it's not going to be aged. It's not going to be aged to the point where all of it's going to be that decayed. Is some of it? Yes. But not all of it. This place is supposed to be built at around the same point. And this is going to be right under the upside down stairs, or where the upside down stairs are going to be. Because if I place these, this will place... That's where the upside down stair will be. It'll show where I need to end certain things. That's going to age. And honestly, dang it, I need to grab the other things. I don't want to make it out of that. I know I'm not going to use all of the pale oak here, but just because pale oak is still relatively expensive, I'm not going to do that. I'll be smart. Kind of. I could have easily put it further down, but it's fine. I'm going to put the calcite I'm not currently using, and the pale oak that I'm not currently using in here, so I can grab this. I don't think I'm using plank for it, though. Did I? No. No, I did not. Okay. Because let's say there is actually water dripping down in this area, which would make sense because it's right next to the wall, and this cave on at least this side of it is going to be kind of eating the building. Not legitimately, but it's going to be encased to the point where if there is any moisture dripping down, it would fall and hit the wall, causing there to be more aging and having the algae be there. Similar to what we have going on upstairs. Because if we do this, it is encroaching on the stairs, because the stairs would usually be up there. But because this is going to be algae growing over things, I think it makes sense that you wouldn't be able to see the actual stair part of it. And then this could just be the stairs have oxidized to the point that they became brittle and kind of collapsed in on itself, making it so it's the same color as what it, well, similar color as what it would be if it was just oxidized copper, but it's not quite right, which is good because if it was exactly 1-to-1, it wouldn't have that same effect I'm going for. And then, of course, this needs to age. And I think since the algae is right there, and then the floor is going to be not too far from it. Also, I did this in the wrong area, but the floor is not going to be too far from that. It would make sense if some of the floor is also covered in the same stuff. That's going to be the floor. Right. I did this just a bit off, but that's fine. I have the right idea. Just didn't put it in the right place. As long as I move it up, but keep the relative same thing up, we should be good. So what I could have over there, just for the simple fact of the cave's kind of going down, so we wouldn't actually be able to walk if we kept it at this level. We could have it to where it looks like the cave on that side has collapsed just slightly. Like, of course, we need to open it up a bit more, but having it to where it looks like that's what happened means we don't have to do too much when it comes to fixing the terraforming here. Because this support was most likely holding up the ceiling. If any of these, I'm just going to call them side beams, the same thing that is holding up the wall here, if either of those just rotted away and collapsed for any reason, if that was the only thing holding up the roof in that specific area, it would collapse. Meaning what we could do is make it so that there is a log somewhat buried in deep slate and debris. Yeah. I think to do the main bit of what I need to do terraforming wise, I need to build the floor. And since I'm waiting until I have this done, I'll get that done. That one's 2 blocks off, meaning that where we need to actually build... Oh, dang it. The copper part is right here. That's the bottom. Could go up. I would like to grab that and... There we go. That's waxed. That would not fit. There we go. Put the dirt. Put the copper. I think that was supposed to be more so like this because a little bit of the algae is also here. Yeah. Alrighty then. Yeah, that works. And then I know I have all of the stairs for this area. I just don't have them on me. I could quickly grab them. Up. And then I think... Oh, it's just a bit more. Okay. That works. Let's put those away. Best diamonds. That's a few more blocks, but I don't think we need those just yet. Because sure, we use smithing tables for the floor up here, but I don't think I want it for the deck out back. I don't think it would fit as well as I'd want it to. Let's make a little bit more of that. Yeek. You know what? That one will be waxed. When it's further out. It was not further out. That's gonna hurt. Ow. There we go. And its top left is gonna be waxed. Because I don't want them all to be super oxidized, because then it won't give the effect that I'm going for, which is it's currently like midway through aging, it's old, but it's not to the point where all of it's going to be oxidized, which also means I'm going to need to get bees sometime soon to maintain that effect. But for now, it should be fine. First off, I need to put those there. Yeah, that's not going to be waxed. I need normal. There we go. And then this one, I need to actually create the stairs before I can do it, just for simple fact of it needs to be in line with the stairs. those away for now. And if I back up, I wish there was a stair of the warped wart blocks. Just for a simple fact of I do need the depth. I need the depth, but it also makes sense of why there isn't any right now. Because the moss has grown over it. But it doesn't make it any less flat. If it... You know what? Instead, I think I'll change that block out for a stair. Make it... Sure, a bit less covered in algae, but I think it'll help with the depth issue I'm having. Keep thinking that calcite is a skeleton with a really large head. Yeah, that looks better. Especially once it actually starts aging and oxidizing, that'll look a lot better. At the current moment, looks a little ridiculous, but over time, it'll start becoming what it needs to be. And then with the bone, because there's algae right here, that means that there's going to be moisture. So whenever I think that there's going to be moisture, I can put the bone blocks, because the fact that they are with enough time, pressure, and heat, it'll become this. But because of the texture of the bone blocks, where it has the subtle shading on each of the sides, it can kind of make it look like there's just streaks of water where it has gotten either a little bit more aged or there's just water there. And it would make sense. For now, I'm just going to put the bone blocks back because I'm just doing one wall at a time. And let's do... something like this. Seems like the majority of this is going to end up being calcite, which is fine. A little expensive, but it's fine. And then... Ow. What was that anyway? Was that diorite? I think that was the diorite. Apparently I wanted dirt in my offhand for a second. we do that, we're gonna need something lighting it up. So I need to figure out something in front of it to give there a reason for this to be well lit. Because once it's well lit, I still need to fix some of the textures, but it doesn't look terrible. I need to get rid of the diorite in the center, so right up here, and fix some of the areas where the calcite is and where the pale oak is. Because instead of texturing it like I normally would, I think I'm going to texture it. Actually, no, that's one of the places where it does belong. I'm going to texture it based off of just the texture itself instead of just adding substance to it. I honestly don't think. I mean, I guess you can kind of beat the game, but I'm good. I'm just having a fun time. Uh, Plus, in my eyes, Minecraft's one of those games you can't really beat. You kind of can, but definitely not like some other games. Let's see here. Yep. And then let's do a thing of quartz. If we do it like that, it makes the diorite less jarring. Still looks off though. Maybe quartz isn't the best idea? Let's grab both of those. Oh. Did I grab it? Are one of these quartz? That's quartz. Okay. If I'm not going to use quartz for it, then I probably shouldn't put quartz there. I'll put calcite instead. Alright. Let's instead make that either pale oak or calcite. That's not what I wanted. Eek. Okay, that looks very odd because I accidentally made it so that there's two perfect squares of certain textures, but beside that, if I can back up far enough. You know what? I don't hate that. Still kind of odd at the top here. But I think what I'll do is... Oh, you know what? Do I have... I think I have oak upstairs. Where is... There's the oak. I didn't need to grab that much, but that's fine. If we do something along those lines, I mean, sure, they have no functional purpose. Actually, I know a better one, but it also means that... Wait, no, they would be visible. They would be visible as long as I don't put an actual log. Wait a minute. I'm gonna grab some dark oak. I'm gonna keep these trapdoors though. I can use that for something else because I didn't hate it, but it wasn't what I was looking for. Let's do dark oak. That's spruce. Ah, there it is. Nah, it doesn't hurt. Gonna need at least one more stair. Bop bop. Lovely. Then we can put those down, and it gives a separation between the copper and the calcite while not making it look odd. In all fairness, if I really wanted to, I could put probably dark oak fences on either corner next to the logs here and put maybe not lanterns, but maybe pots. Like, yeah, decorative pots, and we can make it so it kind of looks like it's overgrown, which does mean I need to explore to grab some vines because I didn't grab any vines last time I went exploring. And also grab some leaves and have it so that the potted plants have either died in certain areas because they didn't get enough water, but I have a feeling that the majority of this place is gonna be... there's gonna be enough moisture for the plants to survive. Unless they are one of the plants that are difficult to keep alive because they need a specific amount of water. I think it'll be fine. Okay, let's... Right, not doing quartz. I do need to grab pale oak though. Bop. Because I'm actually using more pale oak than I thought I would. Which isn't a bad thing. Just more so surprising. There we go. And right there, we can have it so where more water would be... Okay, over here it makes sense. Dang it. This one would only make sense if there was one strip. Because of where the algae is. Otherwise, we'd be repeating the... I guess I wouldn't be repeating the pattern since this one is further down than the other. Okay. I can work with that. And on this end... It definitely does look a lot less decayed than the other. And I do need to fix that a bit. Because we don't want it to look too nice. Meaning that a little bit of water running down here wouldn't be the worst idea. Because this side is currently looking more decayed than this side. Night Lily. But if water did happen to fall down, and it was only here, or mostly reoccurring here, this one would look better. Yeah. And for this one, we could just do bop and bop. We're also going to need to do the same thing on this side, but I also need to make more stairs and finish the rest of the wall. Diorite, calcite. I don't think we'll need any snow on this side because we already have a little bit. Especially since there's water on this side. A prominent amount of water on this side. Pale oak. And let's have it... It can't crumble on the right side just due to the fact that that is the side that's supposed to be not as decayed, but I would like there to be a little bit of diorite in some point. Oh, dang it. Falling down holes does not help. That's not what I wanted to do. Ah, what did I just say? All right. Let's go ahead and take a farther look from over here. You know what? I think that works. And right up there, the tiny bit that is indented, I think helps give way that the diorite's supposed to be it being more worse for wear. Lovely. And that side's done. This side I need to wait till we have the actual floor. I also need to put a torch over here, otherwise something's going to spawn on that. And bop. And bop. And just because I know there will continually be one extra block, I'll just make slabs now. That's not what I wanted to do, but okay. Let's see if I accidentally made these the same length. Because I didn't count them. I didn't. It's one off. I'm not too upset. Because sure, that side is one block from being the same length as the other. But I did that without counting. And I also don't think it looks awful. Because it also is getting pushed back over here so we can have the stairway down. So I think I could get away with it. Ow. Just a little bit. All right. If I were potential floor blocks, where would I be? Technically in my inventory, because those could be it. But I want to make sure it's different enough from the deep slate to warrant a separation, like a block barrier, as well as have it be far enough away from the supports to where we don't have to worry too much about it blending in. I also need to fix that area. And these as well. Because sure, technically, those blocks wouldn't be visible because of the support, but we're also seeing it from the top. So it would be nice if we can still see it from the top. I feel like quartz would be too much. Not quartz, amethyst would be too much. I feel like as long as we stay away from the mud bricks, packed mud might do good. But stuff also might not be a terrible idea. Just something to be a different block set from the stairwell. And in all fairness, it'd probably end up being tough. Tough wouldn't be a bad separation barrier. I would only need what? This isn't that big of a porch. Don't know why it took me that long to realize, but huh. I think a 2 wide stairway is perfectly fine. But due to the fact that it's smaller than I thought in my head, changing the blocks would and having a block barrier would be too much. This is tile. If I were to make this tile, I don't like the fact that it blends in so well. Because it's the same block. So it makes sense that it blends in. What if... What if we do a similar block? Not blackstone. Definitely not the smithing tables. But what about... Not smith basalt, because it's actually kind of expensive. Ish. Only in the fact of I only know of 2 amethysts off the top of my head that we haven't harvested. If we go spruce, for now I'll just do spruce slabs because we're gonna need slabs anyway. I'm still tempted to actually have stairs there, so there's a lip. Actually, do I have a spruce stair somewhere? I do, actually. Okay, I guess I'm down here now. I'll put those as temporary. Then I'll take this back. So either have it that way or that way. I like the separation. I don't know why, but I feel like it needs that separation. So I do need a few more stairs. Maybe not that many stairs, but a few more. There we go. I didn't need to put the equivalent of a full block there. There we go. And if it's gonna have a dip, it'd be over near where the collapse is, which would be on this side. So let's have it dip down over here. Because the weight of... Oh. Because the weight of the collapsed ceiling would, or should, put enough pressure on the wood itself to warp it. And the only reason why those would stay up is because that is literal metal. I mean, sure, it's algae, but the metal itself is still under there. That's gonna be an issue, though. I'm gonna need to put you sideways instead, just so it's not visible on the top. Alrighty then. Put some temporary torches. Ceiling's right there. And because it's dipping down, if we extend it, we need to be careful. So, because I don't want to have us hit our head when we're coming down. But I think if we're smart, we could probably have it kind of curve around here. Or used to curve around there anyway. And then on this side, you know what? On this side, I could... I'll see. There might be a potential use for that little area. And I don't have more slabs. Which is fine. But I do need more. I also need more stairs. So let's do bop. And then bop. Which means I legitimately just have to move this by 2 blocks? Ah, that's not too bad. Not too bad at all. It also means I need to fix the terrain a bit, but I always kind of had to do that. There we go. And at this point, there can just be basically a stairway of what used to be a legitimate path that just kind of aged and wore down over time. All right. That's going to need to be a little taller. I'm also going to need to grab the copper. Wax this on the left. How do I want to do this? I could bring it down every time we go down. Which makes sense. But if we do that... If we do that, I don't think we can do the same thing that we did over there. Where we had the stairs up top. But we're going to want the stairs up top. How do I want to do this? Well, if we put the stairs, we're going to need to finagle things. Just ever so slightly. Let's go ahead and grab. Oh, did I really only do those two? Okay. Oh, dude. That's waxed. Grab those two. Put it down. There are so many skeletons back there. Jeez. And that also means we're going to need to fix a few areas, not including that, actually. And that doesn't need to be there because it needs to be a full block between here and the other spot. Bop. Bop. It had to be something like that. Which just doesn't look quite right. Alright. And I know it won't look right with just the copper. Because the issue that we were running into over there without that there, where it looks flat. Because that does indeed look very flat. But I also don't want to destroy the pattern. On top of the fact that there's going to be railings along here so you don't fall off. Still, I'm pretty certain. Are we using fence gates? Yeah, we're using fence gates. Since we're using fence gates, dang it. Dang it, okay. I'm gonna quickly move this pillar. Meaning that we're gonna need to adjust a few things. Main reason being is that when I'm thinking about where the fence gate railings are going to go, they would go around, following the copper. But because this is a inward curve, I feel like having the if the support is on the inside, that wouldn't make sense. But it also wouldn't make sense. Wait. Ow. First off, I really need to eat. Second, I think I have a solution to help mainly my brain, because we're going to run into the same issue over here. When we have the fence gates, we want it to look like it's being also supported by the supports that are around. Otherwise, it kind of looks like they were just placed there, but they're not fully connected, which I feel like would look weird. So over here, I would put a normal fence, just like I would on any corner. And then over here, it'll just be fences. So that way it connects to here. We'll see how that looks. If we don't like it, I'll change it when the time comes. If we do, then hooray! And I think when it comes to this side looking flat, I think I need to put the rest of the wall down, as well as the arch that everywhere else has, and see if it still looks as flat. Because that will affect a few things. Let's do a bit of bone. Actually, I don't think we'll need bone, because I didn't use any of the warp blocks over here. For a similar reason of why I didn't on this specific side. Because it's far enough away. Well, actually, not this one. This one's far enough away from any of the walls to where I can kind of logic, hey, there wouldn't be as much water over here as there would be on the walls. But this is close enough to where, well, some of this might actually want to be dark oak, just to show that it's kind of rotting away. And this is hugging the wall as well. So something like that. We might also want to do a similar thing over here, but I need to fix that side before I can. So I'll focus on the current issue at hand, which I forgot to actually grab the materials for. So there might be use for the bone blocks. I am going to need the stairs the pale oak, the calcite, maybe the snow. Not 100% on the snow, but maybe the snow and diorite. Okay. If there is going to be snow, it's going to be over here. But I have a feeling the rest of it would not be snow. You know what? Let's do that. So this area, it's crumbling a little bit more over here, but it's not crumbling to the point of, hey, there's holes, or hey, there's water damage. Because there is a bit of water damage over here. Because we can even see there's water dripping from here because of the skelly farm. So it would make sense if this general area would have more water damage. But this is 2 blocks off. Well, at least the face of this surface is about 2 blocks off from the water. I'm sure there would be occasional drips, but I don't think it would be, the amount that we're having on these sides. So I think at most, probably right here. But not anywhere else. Let's do bop. Dang it. Alrighty then. From afar, without the bridge, or the arch, whatever we want to call it. You know what? Doesn't look bad. And then I need to go up here and make, I think mainly stairs. Because sure, we're going to need slabs, but I think it's going to be mostly stairs. How do I want to do this? What I could do is make it a little bit off in the center and put it there instead. If we do that, I'm going to need to do something along those lines. And get rid of the slab beneath it. You know what? That's better than I usually do when it comes to the stairs. In all fairness, usually I have a harder time with the arches because of the fact that it's going downward. I mean, it's still not the best thing because it looks a little off in this general area because of, well, the way I fixed it. But I think if I... That's waxed. I think if I grab... You know what? I'll grab the slabs. That works. If I grab the slabs, I can reach that from up there. But will I be trapped? I cannot reach that from up there. Alrighty then. Fine. That's not the one I... There we go. If we make this... I think even just a slab would be fine. For the most part. Then we move it over, make that into a slab. It makes the top bit look a bit better, but it also makes the arch on that side look a bit odd. Could be a whole lot worse. But it does make it look a bit odd. What if this is one of the rare sides that we do this? That's not the right stair. No. No, I liked it. I liked it better when it was just the tiny little arch. I'm gonna be honest. So tiny little arch it is. Okay. I can live with that. And you know what? In all fairness, it doesn't look awful. It looked a little odd. It still does look a little odd. But it's way better than what it was when I tried to fix it. Okay. And on this side, it's supposed to be that the ceiling kind of collapsed. I would like that to be a little bit further down. And I'm not going to hit my head. Yep, not going to hit my head. Lovely. I'm also going to need just normal cobbled stairs and slabs. And the pillar is... Where is it? There it is. If that's a pillar, it most likely had a support right about here, which means if I were to put one that has fallen, that's... No! Ow. In this corner, goes over, this would end up being a weird one, so I'm glad I don't actually have to build it up top, because it would need to be somewhat diagonal. And in this case, you put dirt there. Like that. Okay, I know I have a whole lot of cobbled deep slate. Let's go ahead. That is definitely way too many for the area we're doing, but you know what? Rather too many than too little. But if it had collapsed, it would. Oh. Um. Alrighty then. Ow. That means there would be some sort of. I feel like slight malformation of the ceiling. Okay, malformation isn't necessarily the right word, but I want it to where it looks like it kind of goes in slightly before it kind of comes out. So some of the roof was stable, like the majority of it was stable because the whole cave isn't collapsed. But the part that wasn't stable did collapse and kind of formed a pile that still touches the ceiling. So in that aspect, it still technically is going to touch the ceiling, but it's going to warp in then out. Uh, Honestly, having the cave over here, like up here, I'm gonna fix the walls and definitely the ceiling. But over here, since it opens up to a cave, having it from this block and beyond, except over at this point, because it's no longer part of the cave, I feel like it kind of makes sense if it was legitimately just the cave ceiling. Mainly adding that just due to the fact I kind of just started placing the cobbled stairs and slabs in this area, even though it's still the staircase. And it would kind of make sense. Oh. Those are probably going to end up despawning, but that's fine. Over here, let's go ahead and I want a fair chunk of this to actually be visible, but I do still want it to have that piling. Let's drop those off because I'm no longer using them at this point. And the only place we'd see the fact it's sinking down under the weight is over here, meaning that that's that one. So the one behind it, can I? Apparently I cannot. Thank you. Are any of those spawnable? No. No, they are not. Okay, so it doesn't matter. But I can do that and grab those and make it so that these ones are even further down. So they're being weighed by a little bit more. There we go. That part collapsed. Oh, hey. I mean, I'll take it. Wasn't what I was expecting, but okay. Let's do bop. Having some landing on that bridge wouldn't hurt. It also means I'm gonna need to make rubble down here as well. That is separate from the wall. Because there's going to be other things in this area. Just because I feel like having a random building a random ancient building with no other buildings around, even if they're so aged that they're basically just collapsed, like fully collapsed, so you can't go inside. I feel like even then it'd be nice to add something to show that, hey, this was part of. There are so many skeletons down there. This is part of a grander thing. Because I know that my area, like where the city is, that main area, that place is new-ish. So this is before. This is supposed to be built before I technically come in and start building the city. Which means that this would be evidence of a civilization that also lived in the caves. You know what? I kind of like that idea. I kind of like that idea a lot. And it'll definitely be a little bit darker over here because the collapse would have crushed the lantern that would have lit up that specific part of the torch. I'm gonna put the lanterns on top of these. Where would where would the lantern have been? It would have probably been hanging off the side, like what I think I'll end up doing downstairs. Which I think will be good. If I remember correctly, this place is... I don't honestly know how far away this is, or whether or not it'll actually be close enough to where the city I'm building is going to be, to where once I get to this level, which is -17, whether or not it'll actually get to the point I'll open up the city and boom, it's right there. Because worst comes to worst, I could have it where I make almost like a old railway, going off of the idea that I had when I first saw this cave, because of how circular and big it is. It's kind of like a tunnel. Have it to where it's almost like just some sort of way for people to get to and from certain places, but have it be broken down almost to the point of not being able to be repaired. And we can use that as an excuse for people to be like, huh, I wonder what's down here. They explore, stumble upon the civilization here, and fix a few things, because I'm almost certain that by the time they found it, that glass would be broken, which would mean they'd have a few issues. So they definitely would have had to come in and repair a few things, but I don't know. I'll have to build upon the idea. Let it stew. I'm fairly certain I used oak. Wait, what did I even use for the floor? Oh yeah, I used spruce as well. Okay, I'm glad I'm sticking with the same blocks. It would have sucked if I didn't. So, oak. I already have oak on me. Do I remember how to make a fence gates? Terracotta might look good as well. Normal and colored. Where in specifics? Because I think my brain had a bit of a blank. But you're not wrong. There was a part of me that was thinking of using terracotta. The main reason why I ended up not using terracotta in this specific build is because where I'm located in the world, unless I'm blind, which, in all fairness, that could easily be the case, but I haven't found enough clay to be able to warrant that. And I haven't found a mesa either. Because last time I went to check underneath all the ice to see if there was any clay, because I didn't want to stay down there for too long, I don't think I saw any. But then again, I wasn't looking for specifically clay. I was technically looking for kelp, and I didn't find any kelp. I also need to go and find kelp so I can get this up and running, so I can make the building up there. So I could go, oh hey, I no longer have to go all the way down into the cave, go up a waterfall, and then go through the cave even more to find this place. I could just go up and down through here. It's just currently not safe to do so. I came up here because I wanted to put away the diamonds. Right. That's not putting away the diamonds. There we go. Let's also grab the lanterns real quick. And that's the stuff we're not using. Let's do bop. And bop. Wrong way. Got it. Forgot how expensive that is. $10 might be a good starting point. Especially since in these points, I'd want it to be a little rotted. Which means both gates and fences. Not there. And then a fence. Gates. I mean, it doesn't work when it's open, but I don't think it gives the same effect as it being broken in that way. I could instead put a pressure plate, and as long as nothing like falls on it or anything, it can kind of look like debris. Like a small bit of debris, but a little bit of debris. You know what? Let's do this real quick. Do I have another one? I do not. Let's make another spruce gate. Lovely. And then I need to make actual fences. That feels too much. But I want it to look connected. But I think I can get away with putting something else there. Maybe. Okay. Over here. You can hear all of the skeletons in the background, which is absolutely lovely. I am definitely going to need to harvest them, because I wouldn't be surprised if they are in fact dying from crowding. You know what? Over here, doing something like that, while it's probably not practical, we could easily just put the copper on both blocks. But I think I want to roll with it. Even if it's a bit unpractical. Alright. And then in the front, I technically had it to where it was level with the copper. Actually, there wasn't even copper out here, but it was level with the ground, so I could put the fences on that. This area is a little different. But I still think it wouldn't hurt to do a similar thing. I believe I actually have more of the bark blocks. I do. I don't think it's the amount we need, but I do in fact have more. Yeah, I need one more. Lovely. I need to take a look at that from afar, see if I actually want it open or not. Because I have it open just for the simple fact of it could be seen as it's rotted so much that it's no longer a good fence. But it might look a little too off. We'll see. The fact that that's disconnected is very, for some reason, jarring. But the only way to make it connected is to make it so it also looks very odd. Unless we do something like that. Sure, it doesn't make hardly any sense, but it at least makes it so it touches this block. I'll see what it looks like from afar. Honestly, I like the fences over there. But I think I need to close that and see what it looks like. We'll see. If it looks better closed, then we'll leave it closed. It does look better closed. Little odd with the block over there. I'll see if it looks better with the fence back, but I still think it's gonna be odd. I mean, worst that happens is that it does look odd, and then I try and finagle it, but we'll see. Yeah, the fact that it doesn't touch the support is really bugging me. And if we do a stair, then we run into the problem of it only touching one of these. If we do a slab, then it's not touching the ground. Which that would be better than the stair, because it'd be touching both. So there would be an excuse. Similar with the fence gates. But it doesn't need to touch the floor because it's in the corner, meaning that's going to be holding up the rest of the fence gates. And if I were to make it a different block, I'd have to, on every corner, make it that different block. Which is fine. But that is something I'd have to do. And I think the only way I can see it working is if it's the, oh, what is it called? I think I have some already, so I don't have to make more. Chiseled tough. If I take this, replace it with chiseled tough brick. Only on the corners. I think that will work. Because does it make the most sense? Maybe not. But I think it makes more sense than having just a random block of oak. Or oak planks, more so. And how does it look from out here? Not terrible. It does still blend in with the wall, but I think once we put a lantern on top of it, it'll be more easily distinguished from the areas. And you know what? Maybe that could be essentially the tiny, or more so the short light sources. It's just chiseled tough bricks and a lantern. Because the taller ones, it'll probably be something similar, but taller. But with this one, only when it's needed, putting those down. I honestly don't think that's a terrible idea. I'm gonna... Yeah, I can take that. Can I grab this and still have it be safe? Of course, because I have the torch wall. That might not be as safe. But I think what I'll do is put some glow lichen in that area so it stays safe while still being dark. Let's go ahead and eat. And take a look at what we have. You know what? I actually really like that. Sure, it's not done yet, but just looking at the porch, I really like that. I do need to close off this side of the porch. Just a little bit. But I think that'll be fine. Especially since it's not visible from the majority of areas. So for now, I'll leave that open. Just because I want to figure out the walls of the staircase. Alrighty then. That tiny chest is a little too full. I'll put the lantern. Alrighty then. Fine, I'll put it over here. Still too much. Alright. Okay, so I know I want to do birch for the walls down in that area as well. And it's going to go from, or what I'm planning to have it go from, is birch, copper, the white blocks down here. I need to figure out what I'm going to do with the ceiling. But the white blocks can't go that far down. Which means that in this area, it'd go from copper to, I'd say more of a neutral block. Or neutral-ish block. Then back to birch. Because on this level, so let's do this real quick. I don't think I needed to break that block in particular, but you know what? Here we are. And you know what? Right here would need to be oak and spruce. I don't have spruce on me because I put the spruce away. I need to stop putting things away that I know I'll need. Alright. Spruce. Right over here. Because there's gonna be water dripping, I'm certain. Because to have that much just water damage in this area, there'd have to be some sort of constant water source dripping. So that wall is gonna be a little rotted as well. And if I have it... Oh, wait a minute. That's the actual skeleton drop right there. How did I just now realize that? I mean, cool. If it's like this, as long as we put probably a half slab right about here, we can kind of make it so it looks like the cave either retook it or they built it into the wall and help and use the cave to also make the walls, which I can see happening because unless you take away major supports, like over here, it shouldn't collapse. Shouldn't. Doesn't mean it won't, but it shouldn't. And in all fairness, sure, that is straight down, and we need to texture it so it doesn't look too flat. I mean, the word can work, but basically to make it so it doesn't look so man-made. Because right now we have the water area where the spawner actually is. So we have a triangle there, and then it's straight down. So we have a few things to work on with this, but I think for the most part we can leave it be. And for this, you know what? I still need, well, I don't need to, but I wanted to use amethyst. What I could do, and this would be an environmental thing, I could put a few clumps of amethyst and make it look like the amethysts were either there beforehand and the plants just grew around it, or the amethyst somehow helped the plants grow in some way, shape, or form. Either way, we could do that. And or we can have it where the amethyst is also put on the wall here. And if it is put on the wall here, and if it did have some sort of magical properties, what would it actually do to the wall? In all fairness, it'd probably make it so there was a lot of glow lichen and vines and moss starting to grow onto the steps. But because most of the water, like almost all of the water damage, is coming from the outside and not the inside, I have a feeling that probably wouldn't make the most sense. So we do have shroom lights. So we can at least light up the area. So let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Depending on what we do with the roof, it might be less. What are we going to do with the roof? That is what I should be focusing on. If we leave it as a cave, which we could do, we need to do something along the lines of this. First, making it so that's actually supported by the cave. And then another thing we can do is actually make it so this point is maybe starting to collapse a little bit. So right where this chest is, meaning I need to move it. I don't think I can fit that entire chest in my inventory. I cannot. Lovely. There. That's fine. For now, kinda need that dirt. Grab those, and grab the rest of this chest, and relocate it. There we go. Okay, I think I want to move that back a bit. Where is spruce? We can have spruce holding it up. Okay, I'm gonna need to put those down later. And on this side, we can have... I should have at least one more of the bark blocks. Yes. We can have a part that kind of just fell off just due to it being, well, aged. Is there a way I can do it without it touching that and not blocking the path? If I do it like that, yes. So the main problem would be that it doesn't fit fully. Because it is touching corners. You know what? That works. That works, and we can put that's not going to be visible, is it? Is it? Oh well. Because then we can have it to where it appears like it kind of collapsed. Not to the point of the other area, but enough so to where this fell off. I honestly don't hate that. Then we go up. There we go. It lights up the area. I didn't want to move my stick. There we go. It lights up the area. It is a little bit jarring between the two, but because that is organic, because it comes from the warped nylium. I think as long as is there a grayer? Not a grayer. Is there a less bright block that looks similar? I don't think there is, actually. Just going off of texture. I mean, there might be, but not entirely certain. I mean, it'd be fine. Because there is water. We know there's water, because we have all the water damage and everything. So it's still being alive and glowing wouldn't be too odd. You know what? Before I make a mistake, I'm gonna quickly do that. I'm gonna grab the warp block. Okay, just wanted to make sure that I wasn't gonna destroy the wrong thing. Let's go ahead and do that. Put that away. I do have now exposed copper, which is lovely. Ah. I'll take all of that back. All right. Let's... You know what? Let's grab the mud real quick. Let's see what it would look like if mud was going from here to the birch level. I don't think it would look bad. But it's better to check. You know what? Since that is in the area of the ceiling kind of caving in, having that could just be a little bit of debris that is in front of a mud wall that would be there. That's what I'm going to logic it as. It ends right there. And we might want either stairs or something along those lines. To separate the two. I mean, we'll see. Honestly, doesn't look bad. Is there a cracked version? I honestly don't know. Because I don't usually make cracked blocks. But is there? There is not. Alright. Glad I checked, though. Wouldn't hurt to probably put a few cracked tile as well. But I don't know how visible it would be. We'll see. I might do it, but it really depends on whether or not I feel like I have coal on hand. Because if I don't, then I won't. Well, that's gonna take a little bit of resources. I need to grab that slab I didn't grab before. And go bop, bop. You know what? That actually fits. And then over here, I mean, the ceiling's collapsed, but I don't think there's any actual water that's going to be spilling into this area because of it. But I really do need to light this up. A little dark. Then we can grab some birch. Fairly certain I probably had more birch elsewhere, but that's fine. And you know what? I need to grab... I did have more birch elsewhere. Lovely. Do I have more oak elsewhere? I do. Okay. I feel like in this corner, there'll be a little bit of rotting there. There's not a specific reason for that area. It just adds a little bit more to the general wall. Because this wall is a little sad. There we go. And you know what? Let's have this back one be spruce. Which would indicate that there's probably some sort of water going on back here. Which I wouldn't doubt, considering there's water legitimately right there. And since the ceiling kind of collapsed over here, not to the point of the place isn't reachable or anything like that, just to the point that it definitely did affect a little bit of the walkway. There could easily be water dripping from that, even through the little cracks, going down and hitting at least that area. And even a little bit of this area. I'm glad it looks good. And, ooh. It's always good to take breaks from the game, especially to eat. Eating's a little important. Just a tad. I want to put this here so I can have a lantern here. But if I do that, it'll make those 2 blocks have 0 reason to be there. Which wouldn't be ideal. But I do need a light source there, so I guess having it be ideal isn't the best reason not to put a light source there. And in doing so, means I can move these over here instead. Okay, maybe not there. How about there? If we move it up, put spruce. And I need to grab more oak. Okay, now it kind of looks like it's trickling down from the slight cave-in over here. Going over and probably pooling in this general area. So I'm going to grab that. Put spruce in the corners here. Fair enough. But the thing is that I forgot where they are. And I will forget they were even there eventually. Essentially, I'm relying on my fantastic memory in order to not really care if there's random holes that aren't visible from the outside. As long as it's not visible, it'll be fine. If it is visible, then it'll drive me insane. So it really depends on what it is. I am looking for... What am I looking for? That's what I'm looking for. Do I have... I do. Deep slate tile. Because eventually it would start wearing away at the floor itself. Which usually I'd use the blackstone for, right? Wait, no, I only use the blackstone for the smithing tables. Don't need to do it for the deep slate tiles. Lovely. And I already have stairs. Perfect. You know what? I'm gonna go grab... Oh, why? I had it in my inventory, but I only moved it so I could have only one stair in my hotbar. That makes perfect sense. If I have it like that, I mean, it kind of makes sense. So it's running along, and because it's most likely pooling over there, which means I need to get some water. That's where it is. Okay, I was like, wait a minute, that's not right. It's because the water is in the other thing. But if the water is pooling over here, then it makes sense of why this is so much more worn away than everywhere else. Well, no, because the water is moving, which would cause the friction. No, it would. But I can also make another point of there could also be other water creating the friction in this specific area. Even to the point where maybe they kept moving this as if it's like a table or something. So they move it and then they move it back, creating enough scratches in the floor to let the water have more give to the floor, creating this little area, especially since this is wood. I feel like wood's a little bit easier for the water to be like, oh, okay, I'll just overtake this. Stone is a little harder. Yeah. Cat. Why did I keep this here? I know I brought it down. I did not need to keep that up. Alright. So far, we have this, the bottom walls, except for that singular one. I need to figure out what to do in this area, because this is a fair chunk of space that I could easily turn into like a tiny room of sorts for one reason or another. You know what? I haven't actually checked what it looks like. Oh, there's so many skeletons. I haven't checked what it looks like with the wall back there. With the wall back there. Oh. Still kind of feel short. There we go. You know what? With the wall back there, it actually helps that dark oak fence gate stand out a little bit better. Especially since there's a little bit of tuft behind it. That's good. All right. Oh, that's the wrong tool. You know what? I really like that. Sure, we're still not done. Because we still have... Well, of course, the wall, figuring out what that is. But we also still have the walls and this bottom area to finish. And I'm gonna... That's with hostile mobs turned down. It kind of does. That... Alright, hopefully this isn't too loud. Gonna quickly just cull the group that's... Ow. Rude. Ow. Rude. And then pop. Perfect. And I'm back up to level 30. Oh, no. I also need to deal with storage as well. Alrighty then. Okay, so we got a fair chunk done, including getting back to level 30 because of the horde we acquired by standing around and building. But I'm really happy with this porch. And I'm really happy with the areas where it's starting to collapse and erode. And so far, like, everything that I have said out loud with the reasons why certain things are aged in certain ways and stuff like that, I believe I've said all out loud. Hopefully. The rainfall of skeletons. Honestly, that kind of sounds like a cool band name. But I think that's going to be all for today. We got a fair chunk done. So I'm going to count that as a success. Especially since we also lit up the cave over here. Like, sure, it still goes on a lot farther on either end with unlit caves. So it's not fully explored, but we got enough lit up that we didn't have to fight any mobs afterwards. But the skeleton rain. That would really hurt. You just go outside and all of a sudden a bone just hits you on the top of the head. It's like, what just happened? Oh, it's raining bones. Uh-oh. But I think that's going to be all for today. So, thank you all so much for watching, and thank you so much for joining. If you'd like the live stream, go ahead and hit the like button. If you want to see more content from me, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. And if you want to get notified for any future live streams or videos, go ahead and hit the notification bell. And I'll see you beautiful people next time. Bye!